I did.
Yay! It worked.
Hi.
Hi,
Yeah,
everybody. Yeah.
technical issues are over. I figured out. I was not logged in with the right account, but that's okay. Nobody else cares
That'll do
about this.
it. Yeah. Before we hit start, I was starting to tell Clementine a story. So Atlas, my dog, had to go to the vet for some vaccinations this morning. It was like a super quick vet visit, like in and out so fast. Atlas was shaky but fine. And then driving home, like
Uh-huh.
the road was blocked off. And I was like, oh, why is the road blocked off? This is so weird. So then I like turned, I physically was like 2 blocks away from my house, but couldn't get here.
Mm.
And then I turned. I was like, oh, the next street's blocked off too. And the next street's blocked off. And the next street's blocked off.
Mm.
And then I realized that they're having a Black History Month parade, which like cool, awesome,
Oh,
amazing. I had no idea this was happening. So it took me probably
yeah.
45 minutes to figure out a way to get around the parade route and get home. But I'm home now and we get to read.
Yeah.
And life is grand.
Also, I feel like Baltimore is really bad whenever there's an event like this because there's always like they do this like in the middle and then it's really hard to get across for sure. Um,
Yeah. So the problem is that like they don't set it up like you like if you were doing construction and you were closing
yeah,
streets, you would have like detour signs to
yeah,
tell people where to go. And the strange thing about Baltimore is that we're not a grid like New York City. So like our streets go kind of all over the place sometimes. Like they're at funny angles.
yeah,
And then the other thing is that we've got a bunch of one-way streets, but not all of them are one way, and they're not like predictably one way. So if you have to like re-navigate around, it can be really challenging.
yeah.
And as a Google Maps girly, when Google Maps has not figured out that the streets are closed yet, and it just keeps telling you to cross the street you can't go across, you're kind of
Yeah.
in disaster land, which
I
is fine.
I remember, I think it was 3 years ago when I was still living in Baltimore, and I didn't know Baltimore as well, right? Especially like the city center. And
Yeah.
I didn't realize that there was going to be this. Well, I knew it was going to happen because we were told a little bit, but then that there was going to be this marathon going across, and I was like, "Oh, that's fine because it's happening, after after I cross, That they had started to set up the roadblocks obviously before,
Yeah.
and then I was stuck, and then I was like, I
The
have to go
marathon
to
got
this event to to
yeah.
Johns Hopkins, and I have to get there, and I don't know where to go. And Google Maps keeps telling me go right, but I can't go right. And then the next crossroads, right? And the next one. So I remember doing a big turnaround. I did also like go back and then because I didn't realize. And then I
The
should
last
have,
time I
yeah.
had to cross the Baltimore Marathon route, I had to take the toll tunnel
Mm,
in order to get inside and then back out.
yeah.
Yeah. And like I want these things to happen, right? Like they're good for
Yeah.
the city and
No,
they're
no.
good for our community, but it is like our city is not particularly friendly for like bus travel and train travel. So when you have
Sure.
poor public transportation and then you're also shutting down a lot of your like driving routes, things get
Yeah.
tricky. Like if we had a really strong subway system and it was like, oh, this one day of the year you have to use the subway instead of driving your car, it would be like, okay, cool, no problem,
Fine.
can do.
Hmm.
But that's just
No.
not typically the situation in Baltimore. So
Yeah.
that's a little bit
Yeah.
frustrating. But Clementine, I need you to tell me what I'm reading today.
Oh, yes. I have not set things up, so let me
So I'll
pull up
explain it while you set up.
Canva.
Each year, Clementine and I choose 12 books for each other, and we don't know what they will be. So
Mhm.
last year it was pretty successful. We got through all of the books that we picked for one another, which was super cool. And so this year we decided to do the same thing again. I read one of the books that Clementine gave to me. So last week on Sprints, we selected a random book. It
Mhm.
was A Lady's Guide to Mischief and Mayhem, and I
Which you
really enjoyed
see.
it.
And you see there, I chose an umbrella because on the cover there is an umbrella. You know.
Yeah, it was great.
So
It
what?
was this really cute historical romance mystery situation about like a serial killer in like Regency. Well, maybe not Regency era, but like kind of historical London. And
Mm,
it was really, really fun. I enjoyed it a lot, and I'm definitely going to continue that series.
yay.
So far it's a big old success from me. Um, and now comes the time to choose what the next one will be, which
Oh,
is
which
an
one do you want
adventure.
to do?
Which one do I want to do? So there are some of them that I have ideas about. I would say like 7, 10, 11, 12. I feel like I've got ideas of what they could possibly be.
Oh, what do you
Even
think
one.
those are?
Well, so like the Raven, I think I might have the Raven Scholar on my TBR
Mm,
somewhere. So that like that would
that's a
kind of
good
make sense for
guess.
me. There are a ton of dragon books that I have on my TBR. So like I think I wouldn't necessarily be surprised by any dragon book that
Mm,
came up. But then there
mhm.
are some here that are just like out there that I don't get. And that's the reason why I picked the umbrella last time, was because I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
I know.
So for me, that's like 2, 3, and 6. I think because 2
Mm,
looks more like an angel wing to me, and I'm like, what book
mhm.
do I have about angels? I'm not sure that I have any, and I don't really love angels in my books, so like I'm hoping that I don't. But maybe it's like a fairy or something else. I don't know. 3, just no clue. Well, I guess the one idea that I have for 3 is I have some time travel books, especially like
Mm,
the One Damned Thing After Another,
mm,
I think is what the book is called, like
mm,
that series by Jodi Taylor. I could
mhm,
definitely see there being like a walk-in wheel or something on the front of that. Or this could be like a game wheel, like some sort of spinner, like press your luck situation. And I don't know what
mm.
that, I have no idea what that would be. So I'm kind of between 2, 3, and 6. I think I'm gonna go with 3 just because it's the one that I think is the absolute most confusing. Um,
Okay.
yes.
Uh, 3. So this one.
Oh, interesting. In
You
the
were not
market for
expecting that,
murder. I was
were you?
not expecting that.
But you
Yeah,
see,
but it kind of makes sense. Like it's a market, there are
there's a
wagons.
cart. There's a cart there with
It's a
wheels.
very small cart. But I
Yeah,
respect the choice. I see it. I mean, I had the historical vibe, so like that makes sense to me. Yeah.
I got you with that because I was like, you know, I don't know what else to put in there that would not be immediately recognizable as this series. And I know because
Yes,
I've read the first one, I haven't continued, but I know those are easy, you know, murder
they are.
mystery reads.
Yeah.
Although it's like
And I
two in a
will.
row for you, I guess, because you read the other one.
That's okay. Well, I've read in between. So I read The Man Who Died 7 Times. I finished that one and really
Mhm.
loved it. I thought it was a great, like,
Mhm.
historical, well, really, I think it was contemporary to when it was written, but a really great, like, translated mystery novel.
Mm.
Then I read Lady's Guide to Murder and Mayhem, which was very fun. But then after that, I've done like a few historical romances, like some kind of
Mm.
other genre stuff. So it's
Got it.
totally okay. Oh, I read A Fire in the Sky by Sophie Jordan, which is a romantasy that I enjoyed. So
Mm.
I think I'm ready for another mystery. That's not bad at all.
Okay.
I am glad that this came up
Cool.
now and not later. It's actually perfect timing because the way that I access these books is on Kindle Unlimited, and I've finally
Mm.
taken the plunge to cancel it. I think I have it until the end of the month. So
Ooh.
this might be my last KU read, and this might be the one that kind of decides for me if I start purchasing these books
Mm.
physically, maybe through some other book
Yeah.
vendor if they're available that way, or if I just walk away from
Mhm.
the series since it's primarily available on Kindle. But yeah.
Yeah. I so for the category that it's in, it is a series continuation. So just so you know,
Perfect.
which you probably
It's the
expected.
Lady Hardcastle mysteries, right? I just don't
Yes.
have. Yes, it
Yes,
is
it
by
is.
T.E. Just finding the
Yep.
title to put next to my name. Do you want to roll a die for sprint?
Sure. I prepared some dice.
Yay.
Which one do you want to start with? The
Um,
D4 or
well,
the
last
D20?
time we started with the 4 and worked our way up. What
Yep.
if we started with the 20 and worked our way down?
Yep.
Switch it up.
Let's do it. Okay. 16.
Okay, that's a pretty good length for a first sprint.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
All right. So 16 times 3, right? Do
Yes.
some math. 48. Is that right? That feels right.
Mm-hmm.
48
That feels.
feels spiritually.
Yep. That feels correct. For me,
We're going based on that vibes.
before we start the sprint, I don't think we said what I'm gonna read.
Oh yeah.
Because like I'm still waiting on the first book you picked, right? On the hold from the library, because it's Blood of a Bright Haven, so it's very, like requested. So I'm still waiting on that. So I'm gonna read flip flop probably between some books, but I'm gonna start with the Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, which is a light novel. So we'll see.
Awesome. Yeah, I might flip flop. I've been reading like this kind of melodramatic, silly manga on my phone, just on like Libby. So if I get bored with In the Market for Murder towards the end of the sprint, I might end up switching over to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't see it, but behind me I have a few manga also. So,
Manga are fun. Alrighty. Good luck. 48 minutes. Happy reading.
happy reading.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I've been taking down my Christmas decorations, which were still up. I am embarrassed. I am sad. Yeah, my roommate texted me and was like, "Hey, can I help you with those?" And I was like, "You know what? I'm not doing anything for the next 45 minutes except for
Mhm.
listening to this audiobook. So we might as well do the thing." How's the book, Clementine?
Makes sense. It's so much fun. So I've read another light novel series by the same author. So this is a Chinese author, right? And
Mhm.
this is a light novel. So it was a web, on the website first in China, and then it was a bind up, of like novels and printed out and all those things.
Sure.
And this one, I think, is the second series, at least the second series. It's written after the series I read about, right? So it does
Mhm.
have some like similar themes of like the aspect of cultivation. So essentially, you can like make your body stronger to like grow up, and if you make your body strong enough, you can ascend to become, a god. But on the other hand, also, if you die and you were wronged, if you still have something very important in your life that you wanted to do, you can become a ghost, and by eating other ghosts, you can have more power, essentially, right? So you have those two kind of avenues of like spirits kind of cultivation in some ways, right? Um, and in this one, we actually follow a spirit, a vengeful ghost, kind of. Except that he's not like mean in any way. He doesn't want to, because like they talk about, so we basically start the novel, he's like possessing a human, right? And but
Mhm.
it's not possession, it's essentially like people can do a sort of ritual to, if they want to have revenge over something, and they basically give up their soul, so a ghost takes possession of them to wrong whatever
Okay.
they want. The problem is, like, one, the ghost doesn't have any say in this. Essentially, he's in this body, and unless he does what the person wanted, he
Mhm.
would like basically annihilate his soul too, right? Um, so he gets trapped in his body. He never asked for it, and then he also doesn't know what the person wanted because he didn't do the ritual correctly. So he's trying to guess basically what happened. And it's a lot of fun because he's acting like a madman because the other person was a little bit of a bad man, which makes it even worse to figure out what he wanted in the first place.
Sure.
So yeah, so we're just at the beginning because I read like 20-ish pages. It's a light novel, and like with a lot of Chinese terms, there's like 30 pages of glossary. So if you see me going back and forth sometimes, is because there's like all this glossary of terms and stuff, and it's in the beginning. And everybody has at least 2 to 3 names. They have like a birth name, a courtesy name, and then they have like a
Sure.
nickname, and they might have like a special like also moniker or something, like a patriarch or whatever, like a anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Yeah, I
Also,
feel
I
like it's a little bit of perhaps what I would pick up, but like I'm glad that you're
yeah.
liking it.
No, no. The only thing, of course, is there's no audiobook. I think there's barely a few light novels that have been translated, that have audiobooks right now. I'm guessing, as it gets a little bit more popular, maybe there will be more. But yeah. I didn't put like the
For sure.
whole title on my, if people want to figure out, because like I figured that I can try to put the whole thing, but it's gonna be very small. We can try. Demonic
Totally up to you, whatever you're comfy with.
cultivation. Let's see. Hey, it does fit.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. I'm about 20% of the way through mine. It's fine. I think the fact that I've like kind of decided that I'm not going to keep reading the series is making me a little bit less engaged in the book. But the book itself is fine. We have our murder, which is great. Atlas, can you please leave me alone? Go somewhere else. Because I'm standing up and talking. He like doesn't know what to do with that as a concept. So he just
How
really, really
many
wants to be picked.
how many books has this series has? I think it has a lot, right?
It's a lot. It's like maybe 12 or
Yeah.
so. Um, and I think that she's still writing them. I
Mm.
mean, my concept of it was never that I was going to like, oh, I'll like binge through all of them. Like my goal, I don't think was ever going to be to get caught up. I think it was just going to be
Mhm.
like, oh, I'll pick them up here and there when I find
Yeah.
myself interested in them. But I think, like, I'm not sure that I'm actually going to do that. So, yeah, yep. But it's fine. We have our murdered body. The guy doesn't seem to be very well liked by anybody. They go to talk to his wife, and they're like, "So who didn't like him?" And she's like, "It would be easier for me to give you a list of people who
Mm.
did like him than didn't like
Mm.
him." Coroner thinks he
Hey,
was poisoned, so we'll see.
maybe it's one of the people who did like him because they made it think that they liked him and they had a grudge or something.
Yeah, when she said it would be faster for me to give you a list of people who did like him, I think that that list might be 0 people.
Mm.
Like she was not able to give
Yeah.
anyone who was
No,
in
no,
that
no.
situation.
Yeah.
His own children were uh, oh, interest. Thanks for letting us know. We might come to the, we might come to the funeral. Not sure.
Mm.
So it's yeah, kind of wild. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, hi. Hi.
welcome. If
Welcome.
you're reading with us, oh, she said she's currently sprinting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good luck with your sprint.
Yeah. Good luck.
Feel free to drop by and let us know what you're reading anytime.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, shall we sprint again?
Yeah, because I feel like only 30 pages into the book. I mean, granted, it's like 10%, but like I should make more progress. Okay, so we went with the T20, so I already have the D12 now with me. So let's roll.
Beautiful. Yeah, let's do.
So we have a 9, so 45 minutes. It really likes those numbers. My dice like these for this. Not when I should clarify when I'm using these dice for D&D playing, they're not like this. They're not in like the upper range in
For
average.
sure. Alrighty. Well, good luck. Happy reading. 45 minutes. See you soon. Hello. Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
All of my Christmas decorations are put away. Yay! I still have 2 bins downstairs that I need to bring upstairs, and I still need to take my Christmas tree down to my basement. But step in the right direction. Go me. And to reward myself, I had some extra chocolate cake from D&D and strawberries. So now I get a snack.
Nice.
Yay. How's the book? And anyone who's
Good.
listening, if you are reading a book, feel free to drop it in the
Yes.
chat and tell us how you're liking it.
Yeah. Let us know. It's good. It's really a lot of fun. Also, I forgot to mention because this was actually adapted. They did a live action like TV show. Although since it is a BL, so there is some, homosexual relationship. Although for China, it's still, for China, it is still very, out there for them. And this book, I mean, doesn't do well with the live action. So hence they could only film like half of basically the full story, and then they were cut off. But there is still like on Netflix the show, although it's not named Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, it's named The Untamed, and I have started watching the show. So I do recognize a few things because it's very close in some ways. But I still have fun with it, and I have only like watched a few, episodes of it, so I'm sure I'll have fun and have a lot of things that I haven't seen. But I've seen like one of the first few scenes in the TV show, which is like he finds this donkey, but the donkey is like really obviously really stubborn and doesn't want to go, and go on and whatever. So he takes an apple and he basically puts it on like a little bit like a fish, a stick like this on near the donkey's head. So he wants to like basically go, and he goes faster than any other steed because he wants to get the apple. So it's funny.
Very clever.
Yeah.
The classic.
How's your book?
It's okay. It's kind of like the last one was like surprisingly quite a bit about rugby. This one is also surprisingly quite a bit about rugby. Where it's like just like because they're in this like rural area of Britain, kind of at the, I think it's like post one of the world wars. We've got like automobiles are starting to become a thing, right? Or like people are getting more of them. So because it's that era, there's just like every local town has a little rugby team, and everyone in the town is somehow connected to it. And so they're like back at the rugby and they're watching rugby games, and the three farmers who lived closest to this one farmer who died are all part of the same rugby team. So they're like talking to him, like it's fine. It's fine. I'm having a fine time. I'm going to finish the book. I probably will not on with the series, and I'm not feeling particularly depressed about it, but I mean, I'm having fun.
Yeah, for me, I know I will continue because I really enjoyed the other series. Also, this one is only 5 volumes, where the other one was like 8 in total, and I read them really quickly. I think for sure, like the beginning, I read a lot slower because I have a lot of names that are thrown at me, and everything. But I have picked up a pace a little bit. I nearly read 30 pages, so hey.
Nice.
Yeah. But I'm collecting because they just released them in those deluxe editions. They're really pretty. So they have also like full, like illustrations like this inside. And the covers, like on the dust jacket, is different from like the original covers. So yeah. And I mean, I like it enough to gather the deluxe editions. Also, it slows my reading down because I have to wait for the editions. I think so far they have the two first volumes out. I only have the first one because I don't want to buy, the volume until I've read the other one. But yeah.
That makes sense.
And then I think they will release a volume every 2 months or so. And I think my library only has like the first volume anyway to on loan. So I could not read the rest, even if I wanted to, unless I bought, the ebooks, and I'm not going to buy the ebooks
Right.
since I won't get them physically. But yeah. Yeah.
I don't like getting physical books from the library because I'm pretty bad at like getting them back in a timely manner, which I know I am a librarian, so I know that that's super hypocritical. I generally use the library for like digital products instead. Like most of my reading is done with digital products from the library. But
when I meant sorry, when I meant my library, I meant the digital books on the library. Even like digitally, I can only get the first one. Like, yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. I have been purchasing more books this year than I have in previous years, just because my physical TBR has dwindled so much. And so I haven't purchased a ton. I've purchased like maybe 4 books this year, but that's a lot for me. And one of them I like have already read, but I'm planning on giving it away. And then another one is like one that you really commonly give away. So I bought it and I'm gonna read it and probably give it away. Right. So like I'm trying to be really mindful. But the strangest thing happened to me the other day, and maybe after I finish this like little anecdote, we can sprint again. But I tried to get this Agatha Christie novel, Murder in Mesopotamia, from my local bookstore. So I like called them and I was like, "Hey, can I order Murder in Mesopotamia by Agatha Christie?" And they were like, "Absolutely, no problem." And they left it up on the computer. They were like, this is just going to take a minute. Let's make sure we're on the right page. Right? And then they went, "Oh, that's so weird. We actually are unable to get that book for you," which is so strange because it's an Agatha Christie. What? Yeah. And they go, "Yeah, the publisher and the distributor are both out of stock for Murder in Mesopotamia by Agatha Christie." And I said, "Oh, okay. Do we know when that would potentially be?" And they said, it's still in print. You can still get the book other places, but it's just like our distributor cannot get their hands on it. I was like, "Oh, weird. Well, thanks for the info." And so I have failed at getting Murder in Mesopotamia. That's actually what I wanted to read today. I wanted to have the book in hand and do like the immersive reading with the audiobook and the physical copy. And I'm super bummed. So that's my like weird story. I think I'm gonna have to just like call up a Barnes and Noble and maybe like do an order online, pick up in store situation. I don't want to get it delivered here because people will steal packages from my house. So that sucks.
Yeah. But let me know if you have issues, because I could send you through like the I mean it would be a UK edition of it, but I could, like yeah. I mean, if you had issues, if it's more like the US issue than, just a simple distributor. Because you never know. I don't know. It might be, that they are thinking of like republishing with a different name, or, like when they did like, and then there were none or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Right. But I think the thing is that like this is not one of her popular ones. Nobody is like, "Oh, I must read Murder in Mesopotamia." Like the reason that I'm picking it up is because I'm reading them in chronological order, right? So like it's like the next one that I'm supposed to read, because I'm a crazy person. So it doesn't make sense for this specific book to be like hard to get your hands on. Yeah.
Okay, I don't think you're a crazy person to want to read them in chronological order. To be honest, most of the people I've heard who are reading, like, want to read every Agatha Christie, they might have started once like in the middle of one of the famous ones, but then they were like, "Oh, I want to read all of them, and I'm just going to read this in chronological order." I think it makes sense also for some of her books, because she's read so many. If you want to make sure that you've not read something that you've read
It's
before,
the
you
easiest way
must
to keep
go
track of
one
everything.
way,
Yeah.
right? And it's a better way to keep track. It's
Mhm.
very easy to check, right?
Yeah.
Because also, if you go
Yeah. Because
chronological
whenever I
order,
tell, I think Mhm. I'm so
the
used to
last one you'll
caveating it.
remember.
Every
Sorry.
time that I tell someone that I'm doing this, they go, "What?" They're like, "Oh, wow, okay." Which I actually
No,
don't think it's that crazy. I read maybe
no,
like 3 or
that
4
was
of the books a year, and then, kind of slowly but surely making my way through. Cool. Well, shall
I
we
mean,
sprint? I'm sorry that we kept interrupting each other. I feel like maybe our lag is just like a second or so off.
I think so, yeah.
Oops. Now neither one of us wants to say anything.
Yes. I think it's just it, maybe there are more people because for me it's like 10 p.m. So there's more of a lag
Mhm.
on my end because I mean there are more people likely than at like 2 a.m., on a
Mhm.
weeknight to use the internet. I don't know. Um,
I don't know. Just a quirk of the world, I'm sure. All right. Do you want to sprint or is there something else you wanted to chat about?
no, let's sprint. Well, I still have some wind in my sails. D10,
Sure.
3.
Okay, that's not bad.
So it's times 6, right?
Mhm.
18.
Oh, times 6. For some reason, when you said D10, I multiplied it by 10 in my head. But you're right.
Yeah, that's okay. We're doing
I know
math
how to do
at the same
math.
time as
All right. Good luck. Enjoy the book. Hello. That one was quick.
Hello. I read like 10 pages, not even 10 pages, because I was like basically looking at the glossary a lot for this one.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I was going faster last time. Yeah, nope.
Yeah, I hit 40%. So I'm at like 42%. I'm losing steam a little bit. Like I'm just not as like, ooh, I really want to keep going, you know? I'll definitely like it's not worth not finishing, you know? Like
It's a quick read and
I have the audiobook on 2 times speed. It says that I have 2 hours and 21 minutes left, which isn't much at all. The last like 5 minutes or so, I stopped and read a little bit of the manga, just to like give myself a little break. But we'll see. We'll see. It's shaping up to be fine, but I'm glad to cross this one potentially off of my list of books to read.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely not finish it today, but hoping to read a decent amount though, still. And you know, I do have a little bit like a manga. There are some illustrations in this book too. They're gorgeous, but like,
Oh, very pretty. That doesn't surprise me considering that it's a deluxe edition.
well, even the normal edition has those illustrations, I think.
Oh, that's fun.
Because like the
I know
ebook for
sometimes they
the
yeah.
I think it came with because like it was already like a novel published online by chapter by chapter. So I think when they did the normal editions, they added those kind of illustrations with it, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's nice. Yeah, I don't have much to say through this because like, you know, obviously the rest is gonna be also spoilers probably too in there. But I'm waiting for the moment when we have some flashbacks because this author is really bad. Although, like it was published chapter by chapter online, right? So we can't say you know much about this, but obviously it was put into volumes. But like if like the end of a volume doesn't necessarily signify like a nice you know ending, right? Which is why sometimes it's hard to wait for like the next volume because you're like, yeah, but like it's weird because it's like in the middle of something, right? And also when this author does flashbacks, it's like a volume or a volume and a half of flashbacks or something. And I know it does make sense and it means something after. It's just when you don't know the story at all, going into a flashback where you have like most of the characters you don't know anymore is kind of, you know, jarring, obviously. So I am waiting for it. I know it's coming. Probably in the middle of a book or something. um, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like today is tricky because I feel like last week we talked about like a lot of our like updates and stuff, and now today I just don't feel like we have a ton to say, which is sort of a bummer.
Oh no, I do have this. I do have a small, I guess, update. I was like yesterday, oh, I have this historical romance to read, and I might, you know, I might start this, you know, to like break up, you know, some fantasy and whatever. And I started it. I read like 2 chapters, and I was like, nope, not doing it. Sorry. It was one of those like
Which one?
older. It's a called "Kissing the Enemy" by Leon Dobbs or something. It's not you know. It's just I had this I think for free once you know as like a ebook you know as a Kindle
Gotcha.
one day, and I got it that way. And I realized, oh, it's only like an 8 hour audiobook, and I have still my hours from Spotify to use. I might as well, you know, use them, and I can even like read half a book after that or something. And I started this first 2 chapters, and I was like, there's nothing wrong with them, but I'm not interested at all, even though they're setting up this whole thing of like the main character being a spy and the spying, for some stuff, and the other guy is like a prince and he's also a spy, and they're, like basically gonna but I was like, I don't know why, if it's the writing, if it's me, if I'm not in a historical romance mood, but I was like, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna discuss it. I just stop it, and that's okay. So yeah.
That's all right. It's
So I
okay.
guess,
I've had more success with historicals recently. I think it's been easier for me to read historicals than it has been to read contemporaries. So that's been, you know,
I
interesting, I
I think
suppose.
it's just that maybe in the last few historical romances I've read were like very nonsensical and funny from like ridiculous situations from the start. And I think that's what now I'm inherently like waiting for when I read
Okay.
like a historical romance or something. Or like
Yeah,
at
not
least
every
some,
historical is like that.
yeah, or like something in there. And like it was in some sense, but like the way she was, like this first chapter was her being recruited as a spy by this like man that was kind of creepy and kind of weird, and like basically the only thing that's described for him is that he would be like, nobody would ever think that he was a spy or something, this like portly man and whatever and stuff. I don't know. I think it's the writing style that completely like put me like outside of the story in there, and I was like, okay, and think we're advancing pretty quickly in there, and then they set up this ridiculous thing of like this prince who's also a spy, and I was like, I'm not entertained by this, so I don't think I'm gonna be entertained by the rest, right?
Right.
um, so it's fine. And I'm not saying that every historical romance has to be ridiculous, or that I would like only like ridiculous ones or like nonsensical and funny ones. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in this case, I was like, it sounded like it would be ridiculous and stuff, but I didn't feel the ridiculous, funny stuff in there. So, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I tend to like the historicals that have some sort of a like slight mystery or thriller plot to them, because I really like it when, especially my like third act breakup in a romance novel has an external conflict rather than like a internal to the relationship conflict. It's just like happier when it happens
Same.
that way. So in
Mhm.
historicals you get a lot of like kidnappings, or there's a gunshot. Oh no, has she been hit?
Yes.
That sort of
Yep.
thing for your third
Agreed.
act. And I love that stuff. But that can come up in like kind of a silly, funny book. But a
Mhm.
lot of them are, a little bit more serious, or a
Yeah.
little bit more like
No,
someone's
no.
stealing an
Yeah.
inheritance, trying to trick somebody, or, like it
Oh, yeah.
definitely they can be. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying like ridiculous might not be funny, but like might be like ridiculous in the probability of those situations also, right? I'm waiting for
You're
something
certainly
fun,
over the top
right?
for sure. Yes.
Yes. Usually. Because like I think the problem is like I've read a few historical romances even like, some years ago. So if they're like very middle of the road, very normal kind of, odds are I'm gonna be like, oh, but it feels like every other historical romance. What's the difference, or something. I
I
don't
feel like
know.
that's some of the draw, to be frank.
Hmm.
Um, and I think that that's kind of, honestly, that's what I see with a lot of the romanticities coming out right now, is that a lot of people are just reading essentially the same book over and over again, with like a little bit of a different situation or a different packaging.
Hmm.
Like it feels very samey to me, which I think is why I haven't been
Yeah.
having a lot of success picking up romanticities. But
Hmm.
yeah. Yeah. I think the writing does a lot for it. There are certain authors where I will read everything that they write, and then certain authors
Hmm.
where um
Well, I think it's because like when you say historical romance, like the romance part is very important. So how you set up like the meeting of the two characters and how you set up the people and like it's very so like the writing of someone is very important for that part. I agree with you that's like a historical romance. I'm reading it when I feel like it, and apparently I was not in the mood for it, and I thought I was. But like there are some plot points that it's like some big things that are always there, right? You're always waiting for the happily ever after, for the different, like you say, like third act with some kidnappings or something there, right? Or like a,
Yeah.
like the duel, right, between between the main love interest and like another guy or something like this. Um,
Mhm.
there's always those parts, right? Um, and that's probably also why I don't read historical romances back to back, and I read like once every, I don't know, 6 months or something like this. And then I'm like, oh, I really enjoy it. And then if I try to read like a series, of like 4 books, I get, burnt out after that. Um,
Right.
but yeah. And it's also the same for me for his romantasy. And that's why also I haven't read um romantic like all the romantasies that everybody's been shouting out at and I'm like late to the game for some of them. But I think also it's a good thing in some sense that I am late for some of them because there's more ratings and more people talked about it. So I'm like, I can also say like, oh, this one I'm not, so sure. So maybe I put it off to the side, not as much as a priority compared to some others, right? Um,
Yeah. Yeah, I think like the other part of that too is a lot of the romanticises that are coming out are supposed to be like 3 or 4 book series,
yeah.
and like we've had really a big influx of book ones coming out. It hasn't
Yes.
been that we've had like a steady churn over the past like 10
Mm.
years, and now we like have some series
Yeah.
concluding and some series starting. It's really been like a boom over maybe the last like three
Yes.
or four years. And what that has brought us to, I think, is a bunch of series that only have like 1 or 2 books out.
Mm-hmm.
So like I know I have not been picking up a lot of the new stuff coming out. I'll pick up like a couple new ones each year,
Mm-hmm.
but like I'd really like for the series to be done or almost done before I come to it personally.
Yeah, the main problem also is that there are some, that were nearly done, for example, and that were also picked up at about the same time as other, books were
Mhm.
really popular there. And the problem is like as they get traditionally published, the next book is like delayed and delayed and delayed between like so some people who have been hyped up for the book series when it was, released independently, they now have to wait this extra time. And there's some series where they have to wait and they have waited for like 2+ years now. So I think that's an issue too, for sure. And I don't
Yeah.
know what, you know, to do about that for sure. Um,
The most frustrating trend for me is the traditionally published romance authors in other genres who know other genres who are now like putting out a
yeah.
romantasy novel for no conceivable reason. Like, oh, you're a paranormal romance author. You've always written paranormal romance, and now you're doing some like high fantasy bullshit that you don't understand. And like this book isn't good. That's what I've been seeing a lot of, and it's actually made me like less likely to pick up a book from an author I know who is now like writing a romantasy versus like an author who I've never read before. Like I'm more likely to pick up someone brand new in the romantasy genre because all of these like contemporary romance authors who are releasing like romantasy
Mm-hmm.
novels, I don't see very many of them actually being successful for me. More of them have
I mean,
flopped than have not. It's been really
it
disappointing,
doesn't mean
actually, personally.
it doesn't mean necessarily that they just because they've written in this watch genre that they won't be good in romantasy, right? But I think it makes me hesitant in the fact that sure, you can write a good first setup romantasy book to a series, but then the
Mhm.
problem because you run into this is a romantasy, not just because obviously in the romantasy series, the first book will have some setup about the fantasy, but it will also focus a lot about like the even if the relationship is not completely, resolved in some way, right? But you will have the setup of the two main characters a little bit like a contemporary romance would have, right? And you will have the tension and all those things. But if you only have that and you don't have a good grasp of your fantasy world and the rules and all the plot line that you want to have in those because of those um, things that happen, then the second book will be very weak. So that's why also I'm hesitant for all of those that came out, especially like in this past couple years. We've had a lot of those like contemporary romance authors that wrote these romantic books, right? So
Yeah.
we have a lot of them that only have one book out, right? And I'm very hesitant to pick them up. And I think I will wait at least until like they have two books out or three books out to see how people react with the really like the more also the romantasy readers that I'm following that are also more on the fantasy side, and how they react to like the fantasy in there for them, right? um
Mhm.
because like if we go for example with Fourth Wing, I do believe it is a bit weak in terms of fantasy. Not that I've not that I've read the third book. I still haven't read the third book. I am very scared of that third book. I know you've been pushing me to read
Yeah,
the
I
third book.
I don't think you can talk about the weaknesses of Fourth Wing because you have not experienced the weaknesses of
I
Fourth
know,
Wing.
I
You have
know.
not
No,
experienced
but
the weaknesses in their full breadth and depth. Um,
yeah,
I
but
I,
I mean,
I want to. I just want to
no,
say
go
one
ahead.
more thing, and then I do want us to sprint because I think that we've been
Yeah.
talking for quite a long time. But like this is like my inner self that I do not like my the bad inner Angela wants to look at the
Mm-hmm.
contemporary romance authors who I love and the paranormal romance authors that I love and the like historical romance authors that I love. I just want to look at them and be like, give me more of the stuff that I actually like. Write me more books that I actually want
Mm-hmm.
to read. Don't hop on this hype
Mm-hmm.
train of
Mm-hmm.
romantasy to write books that are not going to be as good as the books that I know you can write me if you just keep doing what you're doing. And I know that that's selfish, and I know that authors
Yeah.
should follow their heart or whatever. But I think with the sheer number of them who are doing it, I don't think all of them actually have like they've had this burning desire to write this book forever,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's finally the time. I think a lot of them are
Yeah.
like, oh, this is marketable and like a creative
Yeah.
challenge. And I think that's awesome for you. But also, I want you to give me my yearly contemporary romance novel. Dang it. Come on. It's very
Also,
frustrating.
I have, I have a follow up to that. I would like to also tell them like, why a series? Because you want to milk it for everything it's worth, but you don't write, you have never really written a full on series with a plot consistent and the characters. You could definitely write a romantasy standalone with a cute, like, romance like you want to write and like the extra fantasy elements. And you don't have to be extra fancy because the fantasy elements are not that serious and the plot can be not that serious and can have fun with it and
Right.
then go back to whatever you write, right? Also. And it's not a big deal. But if you start to write a series, it's not the same. But also, why
Well,
does
I think
everything have to be
part of the
serious?
problem with that is that publishers are buying series and
Yeah.
they're buying fewer standalones.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know.
this whole conversation is not necessarily just a reflection on authors. It's
Yeah.
also like
Yeah, no,
publishers
no.
and the publishing
Yeah,
industry and marketing
definitely.
in general. Um, that being said, shall we read?
Yep. D8,
Huzzah.
which is the worst one to multiply, but we'll figure it out.
It's what, 7.5?
6.
Okay, so 7.5 times 6 is it 45 minutes?
Yeah, it's 45. Yeah. Because it's 6/8,
Great.
so
Now I
three
can do that.
fourths of an hour,
As soon
right?
as I said it's 45, right? I did
Yeah.
the fraction instead of doing the dividing and multiplying. I was like, oh yeah, the
Yeah.
fraction's easier here. Okay, 45 minutes. Go for it. Oopsies. Instead of muting myself, I removed myself. Ha ha ha. Hello. Welcome
Hello,
back.
hello.
Oh,
I read like 22 pages or so. I think
nice.
I
That's
think
awesome.
sorry. I think my speed is variable because, since I go back and forth with the glossary, it just depends on if there's more exposition or more, names and stuff like that. And then there were some new terms, but I had seen them, the other Chinese novels I read, so I was not
Mhm.
as like, oh, I've seen that. I know what that means, like, so yeah.
Right.
How about you?
Right. That makes sense. It was good. It was a very productive like block of time. I made it to 50%. Woo. And then I switched over to the manga for a little bit. And Atlas and I did some laundry, which was great. We put a
Ooh.
little laundry in the washer and we went to go grab some dinner to have.
Wow.
And we went outside to do Atlas's business. And we brought a box of Christmas decorations upstairs. So, out of all of the things, I feel like I accomplished a lot. Even though perhaps reading wise, I didn't accomplish all that much.
No, you did.
I
No,
mean,
you
I
did.
the whole time. Yeah,
You
it was
did.
it was great. It was fun. I will say I'm not following the mystery nearly as closely this time because I'm not immersed in reading it. Like I'm not listening to it and reading it with my eyes.
Mhm.
I find with mystery novels, in order for me to like follow the mystery enough to like
Mm.
make my own predictions and whatever, I really need to be doing both. Whereas if I just want to kind of float along and enjoy the vibes, I can just listen to it and be like, oh, yeah, this makes sense, whatever, whatever, whatever. And that's kind of how this book is going for me, which I think is fine because I'm not that
Yeah.
attached to it. Um, Whereas, like, the reason that I want the Agatha Christie one physically is
Mm.
because I like actually care about
Sure.
really being invested in it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there are some mystery novels though where you even reading the audio you would know who is the culprit, but that's because they're really simple and
If they're
who
straightforward,
is
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. If you have
Because like
more
I
than like
read
5 characters, they all blend together on audio.
yeah.
Whereas if I'm looking at it and listening to it, it's better. Or if I'm like listening to it really intentionally and
Mhm.
like maybe I'm only knitting, like knitting something really easy and like really, really listening to it. But if I'm doing other like random things, um,
True. True.
I'm not getting everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And hey, I'm like 95 pages in, so nearly past 100 pages. So
Nice.
nearly 30% in because this book is oh no, not 30% in. This book is 350 pages. So no, it's not.
Okay. You're getting there though.
Yeah, I am.
You're getting
What
there.
manga are you reading? I forgot to ask you.
It's I must say that I am not saying that it is good. I am
Oh.
saying that I am entertained and the melodrama is
Mm,
peak. It's
mhm,
like it's like a Cinderella story premise. It's called My
mhm.
Happy Marriage. My general sense
Oh,
of it is that it's like sort of popular. There's a TV show which I have
yep,
not read or
yep.
that I have not watched,
Hmm.
but it's only 5 volumes and it's
Hmm.
done and it's
Hmm.
out. And that's my
Uh,
qualification for reading a manga series. Is my understanding is that they're at least nothing's
it,
come out in the past 3 years.
I know,
So maybe they
but
left it up.
I've read the 5 volumes and I have seen the
Okay.
show. I
No
I love it.
spoilers.
It's fun.
No spoilers.
But I have to say it doesn't seem like it's okay. So the melodrama, like the relationship, seems like there is like a an ending for the 5 volumes. So you do feel like
Fabulous.
maybe satisfied with that, but the overall like mystery and like there's like an overall plot. So I think it could be like a sort of second series or second arc or whatever. I don't know what, but it's
That's fine
not.
with me. As
And
long as
I'm
like I feel satisfied
yeah,
at the end, we'll be okay.
I really liked it. I thought it was fun. I
I mean, it like it makes you feel stuff, right? Like it's definitely like
yeah, no,
you're
no,
just like feeling all of the feelings.
but
I mean, it's extremely fast to read. I started
yes.
it last night and I'm halfway through volume 3.
Oh
So
yeah, no,
like,
definitely, definitely. I had the same because like I didn't realize it was a manga. I saw the anime first, right? Because
oh,
it was
okay.
on Netflix and it was I think they released it in like 2 seasons and they released like the first season first. And like I saw it and then I was like, oh, it's a manga. So then I got the manga and I read all the volumes because I couldn't wait for
Yeah.
for the thing.
Well,
I do.
there's a live action. And the way I found it was I saw a clip of the live action online,
I see.
and I was like, "Oh, this is
Mhm.
interesting." And then um,
Yeah.
found
So
the. I probably won't watch the.
yeah, I have to say that for those who are interested, it is interesting, but please check on trigger warnings because, like, there is abuse in the family, and like
Yeah,
the
it's
main
not as.
characters.
Yeah, yeah, it's more like emotional. Like it's very
Yeah, no,
emotionally
no,
heightened. What I would say, it's
yes,
like it's
yeah,
a
yeah, no,
Cinderella story with like a lot of emotional height. So like if that's, I mean, so far I'm about halfway through the series, right?
yeah,
So far there hasn't been anything that's made me be like this would be extremely triggering for someone who's like, yeah, I guess, yeah, like emotional family dynamics. I think is the biggest trigger.
yeah. There's definitely emotional abuse, and maybe I forgot where it's because I remember like one scene, really one flashback where it was really like, you know, very potent in there. So I don't remember when it was in the mangas. But yeah.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't be surprised if I've already read it, but yeah,
I
it
do
sounds
think it
it.
is like done in a in a very like deliberate way, but also very sparingly, so that you see
I
like
let's be
where
honest, it's extremely damsel in distress y. The whole premise
yes.
is damsel in
Oh no,
distress.
no,
Like
no, no,
like
no.
it's I would not call this like deep literature. Like it has a good message, I
No,
suppose.
no.
But when I say that you're reading it for like the emotionally heightened melodrama, like I really do mean it. Um yeah. Yeah, I think that's the bulk of like the value in it. Is like the emotional payoff.
Yeah.
How long ago did you read it?
I think last year. Yeah. Last year in like April, May or something like this. I read the or June, I forgot, but yeah, a little bit less than a year ago. Um, and
Nice.
I had seen the show, I think the year before or something. And I didn't realize and I didn't research. I don't know exactly why, but like I'd seen the show
Yeah.
like 6 months like before that or something like this, I think. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. I don't find that to be surprising. I feel I don't watch a ton of TV, but like,
Hmm.
I mean, I'll often read a book and then be like surprised to see that it already has
Yeah.
an adaptation or something. So I would not be surprised if for people who are like more TV watchers, if it happens the other way, right? Like you watch a TV show and you're like, oh my God, this is so cool without even knowing
Yeah.
that it's connected to a book.
Definitely. Definitely. I do have a few in there. It's mostly drama. I have the last Spikes family to
Mhm.
continue. I do
One of
think
my, go
no,
ahead.
go ahead.
one of my coworkers at school, one of her friends went to Japan to visit, like just for vacation, and sent her some things. And my friend has this really big, like shaggy white dog. And they sent her one of the Spy Family volumes that just has the dog on the front, and it's in Japanese, so she can't read it. And it's also like the third one or something. But
Yeah.
she opened the box at school. They like shipped it to the school so it wouldn't get stolen. And she opened the box and she was like, "Oh my God, it's that book!" And I was like, "Yes,
Yeah.
this is funny. This is entertaining."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think the volumes have like I have really enjoyed like the setup and the first, I don't know, 5 to 10 volumes. But I have to say it slows like in pacing. And I wish the overall like arching plot would get like a little bit faster in some sense. Um, yeah, but they're fun.
I think I read the
That's
first four
hmm
and then like just kind
yeah,
of floated away from it.
yeah. I mean, it makes sense also because it is a long mission for sure. Because like, um, I'm happy with the sort of shenanigans we have, but yeah, I'm waiting for something to happen, major to happen or something. I would say right now the manga that I'm most like excited to read the next volume is the Apothecary Diaries. I've read the first 11 volumes, and there is a mystery. It's like a more like historical look at like it seems like a little bit a mix of China, Japan, historical China or Japan, right? Um, and
Okay.
it does have some mystery elements to it. Because you're basically following this apothecary, and she is given this job as like one of the ladies in waiting of one of the courtesans, well, one of the consorts, right, in the palace. Essentially, one of the
Mm-hmm.
mistresses of the emperor, right? They're called consorts there. And, but like secretly, she's like tasting all the dishes for this consort for poison because she is an apprentice to like her adoptive father, who is like an apothecary. So her passion
Okay.
is like learning about plants and poisons and all those things, right? And as she enters this world, she's basically given all these mysteries that happen. Like there's this person who's poisoned and this thing and this thing and this thing, and like she gets slowly known as, oh, you've solved this, help me, right? And but it's been really fun, and they've been like extra things like in the overall plot in there, so it's really really good. I like it very much.
You said the apothecary.
Diaries.
Is it the apothecary? That's what I thought you said.
Yep.
The premise sounds so similar to something else that I've read, and I'm
Mm.
having a hard time putting my finger on what it is. I don't think I've read them. Like I just looked at the cover, and I certainly haven't read this series, but it
Mm-hmm.
and I God, it just feels so similar to something.
Hmm.
I'll figure it out like in a few
Yeah.
hours when we're not on stream anymore. Be like, oh, it was
Sure.
this.
It's always like
That's how.
this.
That's how. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, on that note, shall we read more? Question mark.
Yeah. Yeah, we shall. We certainly shall. And I
Cool.
have my
Let's.
D6 with me to figure out
Yeah.
what we do. The math is going to be easy, right? For this one.
Yeah. Just multiply by 10.
And the dice want us to read. This is a 6. We have 60 minutes.
Whoa. Longest sprint so far.
Yep.
If we weren't on our like second to last die anyway, I'd probably be saying like, ooh, I should probably be done kind of close. But I feel like we've made it all the way through. We might
Oh
as well
yeah,
do the D4
we
after
have.
this. But let's
We
see how
have.
we're feeling when we come back.
Yeah.
I put an hour on the timer. Good luck. Go for it.
Good luck. Angela, I think you didn't hear the timer go off. Angela, can you hear me? I, mm. And can you hear me? I think the timer went off. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. You passed the timer by like a minute and a half and you didn't hear it. So it was already doing the break. You're muted. I don't.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, I couldn't hear anything. No wonder.
I
All I saw was
figured.
Michelle's message come up. It's been like a full 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. I feel like an idiot. I was enjoying my
That's
book
okay.
though. Atlas
It
and I were having a
happens.
good time in blissful unawareness. Okay.
Yeah.
I think what happened is I accidentally connected to my Bluetooth,
Mm.
which is why I can't hear you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you, and presumably you can hear me. I'm so sorry.
Yes. No, you're okay.
Well, a little bit
I
of drama for in between our last two stints.
yes. Yeah. How was your reading? You were
Gravy.
so in your reading that you didn't hear
I was so
anything.
focused. No, I actually wasn't even all that focused. The reading is fine. The reading exists.
Mhm.
I got to 60%, so another 10% through, and I'm at 75% of the manga. So I did like the manga at the beginning and then some more of the audiobook. I'm I If the audiobook wasn't so fast, I'm not sure that I would push through it. I think I'm just
Mhm.
like not paying very close attention, which is
Mhm.
fine, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, I
How about
guess
you?
it is.
How was yours?
I guess it's good because it certifies, like solidifies your opinion that, you're fine and you won't continue,
Yeah.
the series. The
Yep.
book is good. I think I'm about to get into the flashback now. Um, but obviously, like it's interesting because I have seen the beginning, of the live action TV show, and obviously it's a lot more like in your nose into like there's a lot more representation about the queer representation, whereas in the show there's nothing in there, and they removed those passages, which is sad because they
Mhm.
are the most funny so far. So, anyway, I think we have a few people who joined us. Jane, who was starting a queen is fierce and deadly, which
I I'm not sure that I'm familiar with that one. It sounds
I
very
think
Bridget
it's,
Kemmerer.
yeah, I think it is.
Really? That's hilarious. I'm storygraphing it now.
I think it's the
If it actually
third one.
is,
No? I've read the three of them, but I forgot. A Curse for Dark and
I don't
Lonely. I
think it
think it
can
is.
be. It is? Okay.
I think, or I really don't remember. Um,
Queen So Fierce, and I cannot find it on Storygraph, which is an interesting This, not so. I put in so because it feels so much like A Curse of the Dark
Oh,
and
so
Lonely.
yeah, no,
No, it's
it's
not.
a vow
No, no,
so
no.
gold and deadly. Yes, so I'm
Yes.
sorry.
It's Stacia Stark, and it's like partway through a
Oh,
series that I haven't heard of.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
hope that you're
yeah.
loving it, Jane.
They have
I hope that you're
similar,
enjoying it.
yeah, it's
The
similar titles.
cadence was exactly the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it is. And she ate dinner during the sprint, and now on chapter 5. That's pretty
So
good.
did
Um, and she also
I.
painted her nails. Hey, you very productive, very good. Home and reading Bradbury stories by Ray Bradbury. I hope you're liking them, Michelle.
Michelle has
Meowed
brought
and
the stories
scared
to
one
book club
cat.
several times. It's
Yes.
a chonker, humongous. I think
Yeah.
it's 100 Ray Bradbury stories is what she's working her way through.
Oh,
So good for
okay.
you. Yeah. We'll have to see how many she makes her way through tonight and whether she
Hmm.
decides to switch off to something else
Yeah.
partway through. If it were me, that's what I would be doing, perhaps switching back and forth. I feel like I'm losing a little bit of steam. I feel kind of tired, which makes sense because we have been doing this for quite a long time.
Yes,
Yeah,
we have. But on the other hand, we just have one die that we haven't tried yet for our sprints,
one
which is
die
the
left.
D4.
We're putting
So
our faith
it's
into
yeah.
it.
But
Yeah,
also it's
yeah,
normal that we are tired because we have done the dice, but most of them have given us at least 30-35 minutes or more per sprint. So they were
yeah.
longer-ish. I think we only had
No,
one
we're
which was
almost to
18
5
minutes.
hours of doing this, which is a very long time. So
Yeah.
yeah, part of me is like, oh, like let's just jump back in. Like let's do it. Let's bang it out.
Yeah.
And then I can have some rest.
Wow. Yeah, 900
Yeah.
plus pages. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, good luck, Michelle.
Well, it
What
needs to be if it's gonna be 100 stories.
so you were saying that she has started them and like where are you then,
She's been
Michelle?
slowly
How
working on
many?
them for weeks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She
Okay.
was halfway
Yeah.
through ish
Mm,
at our last book
okay.
club on well, I guess
Okay.
yesterday.
Okay.
So
Ooh, and Jane is enjoying the series. She's been read the full series since Friday night. Wow. Okay. Okay.
nice.
Interesting. Nice.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's the first time
Let's
it's coming on
roll.
a
So we have a 3,
literally and
which would be 45
a 3.
minutes.
Oh my
Yep.
god. The dice hate me tonight. The dice would like to see me fall asleep on stream.
Or
Um,
they want to see you finish this book for like the sprints and then
I
you're
won't be
done
able to
for
finish
another.
it
No,
in
I know.
45 minutes,
I know.
unfortunately. Um, yeah, I've got about an hour and a half left of the audiobook, which I might be able to finish tonight, but probably not on sprints.
Hmm.
If I do finish it tonight, that would be awesome though. Because that means I'm already a sixth of the way done with our little challenge for the year,
And
which I'll
I
take.
haven't even started. So yay.
Uh,
Not
I
my fault.
win. No, I tend to have a lot of steam with this sort of thing early where I like do really well right at the beginning and then I peter out towards the end where I feel like you were pretty good at like being just like relatively consistent throughout the year, which is awesome. So if I start this year by reading like 4 or 5 of them right in a row, that's kind of best case scenario for me.
Well, I think also last year I gave you some books also that required you to wait for a long time, for some, some books to get on hold. And this time, at least it starts with me, like I'm still fourth in line, so we'll see, you know. But I
Yeah.
started as 12th, so maybe, next week or in 2 weeks, I'll have it.
I guess I shouldn't be super surprised that there are still holds, but it has been like I think almost a full year since Blood Over Brighthaven came out. So I
Yeah.
am slightly surprised that the wait list is still that long. But I think that's good. I'm glad that more people are finding it
Mhm.
still and enjoying it and loving it and reading it. So with that, 45 minutes. Good luck. Have
Good
fun.
luck.
Hello. You okay?
Yep. My fault. I forgot the timer.
Checks out.
I hear
How
it.
was your reading?
Good. I stopped like 30 seconds before the timer went off, so I think after that I forgot how 30 seconds of time passed that fast. Because I was at a chapter break. Not an end of chapter because the chapters are humongous in this book. It's like, for example, the end of chapter 4 is at page 200. So, you know.
Oh wow. Yeah, those are pretty big.
But they do have like chapter breaks like this, so which is,
Mhm.
I mean, it should be an end of chapter, but I'm assuming the chapters are just whatever was released, what was online. So it makes sense that they might have been, a bit
Like,
longer if it was like every week or a couple of weeks or something, that they would release a part of it. Anyway, yeah. It is indeed like going into like I'm assuming a book long flashback kind of thing. Um, it's happening faster than I expected, but I
mm,
think for this story, it does make sense to have it
that's good.
now. But like, yeah, yeah, and it's a lot
Awesome.
of fun because like they're like basically teenagers, 15, 16, and you have one of these guys who's like a stickler, for rules. He's part of this clan which has like 3,000 rules to follow. uh One of them being laughing without reason is prohibited, for example, and things like that. And the other one is more of a ha, I want to break the rules. Aha, why do you have these rules? And so they're basically at odds with each other. So it's funny.
Great. Yeah, nice. During my sprint, I got to
Yes.
77% of the book. So almost there. It says that I have 40 minutes left to listen to. I really genuinely feel like I have lost the plot. I am just here for vibes at this point. And this is not a vibes book. Like I should be able to follow this, but I just
But like,
could
why?
not care less. Um,
I have a question then. Why are you putting yourself through the end of this book?
well, because I know that this is I always tell other people to DNF at this point, but like
Mhm.
genuinely I'm not hating it. Like I'm not having a bad time. And it's only 40 minutes, you know? Like I would rather just finish it and have it be done
I
than like
know,
have a DNF.
but
Really. Uh,
that's that's the energy I want to follow. Like, and that's why, for example, I was telling you about this historical romance I DNF yesterday, 2 chapters in. Was I hating it? No, but I wasn't feeling it. And I was like, nope, that's it.
yeah, I could DNF it. I feel kind of ambivalent towards it.
Mhm.
Like it'll be fine either way. Um, yeah. I also, during the time, did some research on the
Mhm.
manga series, My Happy Marriage.
Mm.
So, okay, I have investigated, I have figured
Okay.
out, I have updates.
Okay.
So, the series is originally a light novel, which is then adapted into a manga, which is then adapted
Mhm.
into an anime, which was then adapted into a live action series. The light novel is up to volume 9 or 10 in Japanese right now. It has been released up to volume 6 in
Mhm.
English, but only like through the library, the only thing available is the English audiobook. So the English audiobook is available up to volume 6, and volume 7 is coming out in May. The graphic novels, so the manga, are
Mhm.
available up to volume 5. And
Yes.
all of the original publication dates that I was looking at online are backdated several years because it's when the original volume came out. So that's why I was under it was only showing up to volume 5
Yes.
because that's all published in English, but it was backdated for when it came out in Japanese. So that explains the confusion. I'm still planning on continuing because I'm hooked. Like, I really like them.
Yeah.
I might, when I finish volume 5, I'll just have to feel it out and see if I want to try the light novel version and listen to the audiobook, or if I want to wait for the graphic novel to come out. So that is my update. The results of my sleuthing. Yes.
Nice. You have been sleuthing a lot more than I have. I was like, I'm fine. You know. I was
I was
really
just curious.
intrigued.
I was like, if it really doesn't end, like, just by the
Yeah.
dates, it looked like it should end. I was like, ooh, has it been abandoned,
Yeah.
or has it been like, is there something else
Yeah.
going on here? And
I
I think
think
the answer
it's
is
just
there's something else going on.
also like I think I would be more interested in trying out than the novelization of it, because I'm wondering if in the novel you have a lot more of the background, fantasy kind of setup in there, because I was really like intrigued about this magic system and how it worked. Like the male lead, how he's this like I don't know, he's
He's a
not a
powerful, like,
general, right? But
sorcerer,
like
essentially. Yeah,
yeah,
he's
and
a
he's
high up in
the
some sort of secret service. Yeah.
yes. But like they basically are a paranormal kind of military unit, protecting
Yes.
from like ghosts and other kind of things, right? And so it does like intersect a little bit on this kind of book that I'm reading, which is about like those sects that are also cultivating but their spiritual power, but to like um combat evil spirits and demons and ghosts and stuff, right? So I think the only difference is that in the My Happy Marriage, it seems that they have this magical inherent ability, whereas in this they are cultivating, so they can like obviously like some person has like some better abilities than others to cultivate, but they can cultivate and have their power be a bit better as they work on it, essentially, right? So yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping that with, like, if I were to jump over, that it wouldn't be all that confusing, but it's entirely possible that it would just be baffling, and like kind of unparsable. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm not confident that I would be able to make that transition, but I'm also interested in like giving it a shot, because it would be really
Sure.
interesting to have a series of books that you could like bounce back and forth as far as formats go. So yeah, we'll see. Updates to come.
Yeah. I do have to say light novels have a they have a really different way of being written, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
So especially like the Japanese ones I've read, and I haven't read many, right? So it might be entirely just the ones that I read, but they do seem to like every chapter, because they were published by chapter, and in this sense, this one is doing a little bit the same, but they do repeat some things sometimes, right? It's a little bit
And the
like if you've
difference
read,
in length makes sense.
yeah. And like if you've read also some manga do that, I've seen like especially manga for like a younger demographic. When you start a new volume of a manga, they will always like repeat all the beginning. Oh, I am this like person who transmigrated in this novel, and like or something like this, blah blah blah, or like I am Luffy and I want to be the best pirate in all the world, or like this type of thing, right? Um so yeah. Um, but like I would say for a novel like this, I appreciate that sometimes we have some repeats, because it allows me, especially in the beginning, to get a little bit more with the amount of names that I have. Because like right now, I've met at least a dozen people now. Every one of them has at least three different names, even four, because some of them have two nicknames. Sometimes they even call themselves older brother or things like this, which are, special names in Chinese. And so they're like, okay, are you what is that name again? Is the name
Yeah.
of a is a nickname of a person, or is just like saying older brother? What are you saying? Right. So like, yeah. Um, but I would say with the Japanese ones, it's usually a little bit easier because it's just like a particle at the end of a name. So it's not like you don't recognize the name or something like this. But yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have to say going from
Yeah.
the visual to an audiobook, I think is going to be kind of
Yeah.
interesting, especially since I don't have access to the print version. So,
Hmm.
yeah, it'll just
For
be an
the
adventure.
pronunciation of words and stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Again, I would say like
Cool.
between the Chinese and Japanese, it's definitely harder for me the writing of Chinese versus how you pronounce it compared to like the Japanese one names for me. But it's probably because I spent a year in Japan and I've familiarized myself with how you pronounce some things. So when I see it, it's a little bit easier for me. Um, so yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Well, it has been a very long day, so I think that I am going to
Yes.
bounce. But anyone who's read with us, thank you for reading with us, and we hope
Yes.
that you have a really good evening.
Yeah. Goodbye.